Um, let's see here. How we doing? Doing good. I can't read chat, so I'm assuming we're doing great. I am yapping. Okay, got it. All right. So we've got Hatterene, hard trick room stuff. Um, Hands and Urshifu, that must be dark, right? Probably dark. And then up against Chiyu, Torn, Lando stuff. Pretty standard. Or nothing crazy. I don't know if it's standard. I mean, we're just getting back to F. I'd give the immediate advantage to Grizz just because there's a lot of offense. Like, if it were anything less than what he had, I don't know if I agree with this lead necessarily because we really just wanted to beat down the Hatterene. I thought, but maybe there's an idea here with taunt or something. So we'll have to see. I've really got to figure out how to get if I can get the stream up. Jeez. Bum. Oh, okay. I did do it. Now I'm just gonna mute that. Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. All right. Well, it's Bleak Wind and I assume Heat Wave. I didn't think this would do enough. Frankly, that's my stream. All right. It's do. Okay, we're back. Snarl, I guess, happened. Interesting. Huh. I guess you didn't want to rely on two different moves connecting that are not 100% accurate. And Snarl's pretty close to it, so you're not as concerned about it missing. And that's all I really got, I guess. Or you needed the Snarl to pick up Indeedee was the line of thought, but I guess that would lose to a Terra, which your opponent's not likely to do. I'm guessing Landorus doesn't have the spread move. Otherwise, we probably would have gone that if we're resorting to Bleak Wind. Obviously looking pretty strong here. I don't necessarily see a way back into it. Let me think. Okay, you get a yeah, no, I got nothing. I guess if Snarl had missed there, you could click Trick Room and be really annoying, but it's not reliable. And yeah, that's gonna be Drain Punch into the Geo. Maybe if Snarl misses here, can Torkoal do it on its own? I mean, maybe with Iron Hands there. Not the craziest thing I've ever heard. Sorry, there's not much to say here. I kind of just gotta say, ooh, there is something to say here. We're boned. We're double boned. It connected. We just crit our way out, I guess, at this point. I feel like you gotta wild charge the. I don't know. Weird scenario. This does not kill in a million years, though. Even if that crit, I mean, maybe if that crit did that much, and then you get rid of the -1, and then you add the crit damage, might have killed. Crit might have killed single target. But yeah, I don't really see a way out of this. It's just gonna be Surging Strike into Iron Hands. But that's what are you gonna do? It's Reg F. It's a lot more volatile than what we're used to, I guess. Or, well, not volatile, but everything's stronger. And so if you let a turn go badly when the strong bonds are out, everything's going to die. And Hattering's just not really going to cut it in the face of funny fish. Obviously could have gone very differently. Say if Hattering went for Trick Room there, or if we Terra'd in DD. But, you know, that's tough to do in a best of, I assume we're best of one. Game 1, not exactly something you can commit to. Oh, it's best of 3, right? Because we're in the cup. Never mind. All right, we're gonna see this again, so we get to potentially see those adaptations. Hell yeah. Here's my issue. I don't know how we do anything else, and we really don't get a lot of advantage because, I mean, it's Torn. It can just set up Rain Dance even in Trick Room. So assuming we got everything right, it's still not great for us. I like this lead more. I mean, you're forcing the Terra immediately with fake out pressure. And just killing it pressure. Both are valuable. And you can only really go Torkoal here if you're confident you can, you know, get rid of Tornadus. Plus, you don't want Hatterene on its own, necessarily. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's fine. It's good in a Raging Bolt. But we didn't even get to see that last game. Doubtful it's here. This still kind of hinges on getting our turn 1 right, and that's, you know, it's not exactly the most interesting thing to commentate. I mean, I'm all for a nice coin flip. I mean, Andrews can tell you that, but it's tough to be like, ooh, was that heads the player chose? Wow, I'll have to see how this plays out for them. It's not fully a coin flip. I'm exaggerating. It's more complicated, but still. At the very least, we can guarantee Trick Room going up if we were to. We're not Citrus or Psychic Seed, so yeah, just doing the fake out into Tornadus because it's Focus Sash pretty much guarantees. I don't know if Dark Pulse just one-shots. Never mind. Okay. Yep. No, that's I guess where we're at. I assumed that if we weren't Terraing, we knew that wouldn't one-shot a guy, but you got me. I don't know if we can Drain Punch here. We're already behind. I don't think our opponent has anything to lose from clicking Terra Ghost. Like, what are we... Is there any way to punish what they're doing? I mean, plus Iron Hands is already doing all right with Chi on the field. What we would want to do is have hands sit there, and then, yeah, so that's just going to be the Terra Ghost, I'm guessing. We didn't really give our opponent any reason not to make the plays they're making, and so they were able to just click the easy buttons. Sure, we threatened other options, but when we don't actively tell the opponent that we're willing to click them, it's just not going to work out for us. It's also especially greedy not to Terra, considering we didn't even have Torkoal, who would be the main one abusing the offensive Terra. So I mean, obviously in hindsight, it's easy to say, yeah, the defensive Terra would be good, but it specs Chi Yu. You should probably know that calc. And granted, the first game relied on a Bleak Wind connecting, but still. I don't think we should rely on Bleak Wind missing to get our game set up. It's not the greatest matchup in the world, but I don't think it's bad enough to where we have to resort to that. And that's the most I can yap about. I did my best here. I did okay. Hey, Hands is alive. Wild Charge gets to go off. You feel pretty cool. Esports is dead, and I'm really happy about that personally. I just could not be more thrilled. This makes my week. Grizz does have the significantly worse player icon, so who's the real winner? Consider that. Okay, be back. All right, fess up. Who's the Dozo mirror? Fess up. I want names. I'm not sitting here just looking pretty for nothing, all right? Molly Hale, Florence May. These are I'm baby, I don't get references. That's Japanese. I can't speak, or well, I don't know if it's Japanese. I'm gonna assume it's Japanese. I saw the Twitch chat. You cannot be saying that I sound better than ever, Gabe. That's not okay. All right. This is my phone microphone. My actual microphone better be better than this, okay? Zero Dozo today? Don't believe you. Why is Sneasler? Why? I don't like it. I mean, it's pretty good here. Well, I guess it's just all right. No, it's pretty good here. I don't like it, but it's pretty good here. There's so many other mons we could do coaching shenanigans with. Well, like surely that's an option for other things. Hornleech is interesting. Did you anticipate going slower? But even if you did, I don't think you value the health more than the guaranteed knockout, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I love that word. Well, yeah, but if you're scared to follow me, then you're not really gonna make the play you're making anyways. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can just leverage it like that, but I feel like chip into Fluttermane is not really doing you a lot, but maybe I'm just wrong about that, because that seemed to go pretty well. I don't know. I guess you can look at it in the sense that their Ogerpon is always going to have less value than yours because yours is getting coaching, and so if yours is able to be attacking and maybe healing up after a Fluttermane attack, which probably doesn't go into your Ogerpon, but it's not impossible, then you're pretty happy to just click Hornleech. So I guess I'd be more concerned about the Hornleech from the other player, knowing that Hornleech is more probable, but that's just a lot of logic to have to go down. You're probably a layer or two in. I don't know, that feels complicated to me. I think Hornleech is something I would like, but it required me using my actual brain, so it kind of sucks, actually. Thunderwave. Been a minute since I've seen that. It's not like crazy rare or anything, but just personally been a minute. And for it to be good. A spinner and a Fluttermane that's gonna pick up. Oh, Arcanine, dang. Yeah, you're pretty happy right here. I mean, sure, you can get you can get spiky shielded, I guess, on your Horn Leech. That would be scary. But I think it's pretty safe here for, I can't read the names, everything's too small, but top right, I'm pretty sure this is looking good for them, because like worst case scenario, you could just cycle Arcanine, and then you always also have the Thunder Wave chance, or the full para chance. And you could just rip it into the Ogerpon and get it right, but I think you have to rip it into Chenbao. Maybe not have to. But the chip from Spiky Shield might put you in range of a Chenbao attack, and that would suck. We're leaving Arcanine in, though. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, just getting the Horn Leech. I'm kind of shocked that it was the Ivy Cudgel into Arcanine. I feel like you did have to force down the Ogerpon, considering you don't really have a special attacking option, right? It's Dragonite. And like maybe, like E-Speed's not getting there. It's just not. So you needed some sort of pressure, but I guess that means you're just admitting that you're taking the Rock Slide. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe you can just click buttons at that point. Even if you miss both Rock Slides in that scenario, you're fine. Yeah, and you can't really get punished by the Protect on Chenbao, because they're also risking full para. I don't know. That's an interesting board. I'd have to sit with it for a while to know what I want. Spiking Shield here is interesting. I feel like at this point you just kind of click buttons. E-Speed goes into the Arcanine. So that's the best possible turn you can get for Allison. David sent me the names, which I appreciate. Ogerpon dodges. We do know that Locke's Ogerpon was Locke, right? Locke. We do know Locke's Ogerpon has been faster, unless it was like a lot of speed ties in a row. Maybe it was and I wasn't paying attention, but it would have to be pretty crazy for D-Knight to go down to for the anything other than this. Yeah, I mean, we figured that would live. I'm stumbling here. My fault. But with the defense poos earlier from coaching, we figured we'd live there, and so I didn't really see the reason for the Protect last turn. That's kind of what I was getting at, because we're just kind of playing with missing Rock Slides. But I mean, we still have Sneasler in the back, so they're forced. They can't hit both of us, and we're just gonna get enough offensive pressure. Even if we had gone down, like if Arcanine goes down. If Arcanine went down to that first E-Speed, we'd be in a trickier spot if the second E-Speed could also pick up Ogerpon. Because there would be some sorts of mind games there. It wasn't completely locked without missing or without connecting Rock Slides, so you could definitely find a better board than that. David thinks AA would have been better. I don't know what AA is. I'm out of it. Aerial Ace. Oh, that was pretty quick. I was pretty quick on that. Oh, wow. Never mind. I'm actually the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, I think you still need the speed. With the knowledge that you need to one-shot, then probably it's fine, but then you just lose to Sneasler if you lock into Aerial Ace. So you'd have to have Ogrepon alive when Sneasel comes in. And even then, the Hornleech might be able to heal you out because Hornleech is able to go into Dragonite then. But because we already have a hit on Dragonite no matter what. Oh no, we wouldn't, because then Aerial Ace would have hit into Arcanine, taken it out, don't get the Rock Slide hit. Then Ogrepon protected that turn. So you would still have to get the Protect call right. But yeah, I could see Aerial Ace being better. But again, if Locke had just double attacked, Aerial Ace is worse because then you lose Ogrepon and then you can't win. So it was still risky. But now we're in game 2. Immediate adaptation from Locke and from Allison. I like this from both sides. Allison, I think, gets the better end of it, but you're not necessarily mad if you're Locke. I mean, you still feel like you can get stuff done with a Terra. A Terra here is really powerful, but of course it could be the Sludge Bomb, and then you have to be scared. Immediate Terra on Landorus. So the question is, did we see a Terra from Locke? If so, Allison might have got the jump on him there, but no, it is just the E-Speed raw saying, yeah, I think the extreme speed before you can get any offensive pressure down is just worth it. Even if you take out Arcanine with a Ground type move, it's fine. Sludge Bomb comes out, and yeah, not going to be able to get the read right. With Ivy Cudgel, you're hedging your bet, but I mean, is that right? I mean, Icy Wind went down, and now whatever comes in is looking really strong. I think making sure Arcanine is gone is correct there, because if it's not gone, then E-Speed's even worse. But yeah, we burnt our Terra just to look funny. I wonder if we even need the Terra to pick up Arcanine if it Terra Grasses. I wouldn't think so. Or at least not with the Ivy Cudgel as well. And maybe that could have saved us a little bit of momentum here, because if we could Terra Water maybe our Ogrepon, that might feel a little bit better, but our opponent is going to go for the Terra Water, even with the Icy Wind. I guess worried about some sort of switching or some sort of, I don't know, maybe just wanting the attack boost, but this Follow Me looks good here. Moonblast is not going to be able to pick up no matter what, and so it is probably the Water type attack from Ogrepon. No, it is Hornleech. Okay, they get that right. So yeah, they're just minimizing the damage that Sludge Bomb is going to do here, and yeah, that's pretty smart. Icy Wind can KO? Oh, on Lando. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially with the extreme speed. I didn't think about that. That's a good point, David. Thank you. But in that case, you're getting rid of... yeah, it just sucks. It's just not a good spot in that case. I didn't know we had Icy Wind, so I guess I would have valued the board a little bit differently. We're running Thunder Wave and Icy Wind. I mean, like, it's not absurd. But it's also like, who hurt you? Flutterman coming out here feels good. We have booster speed. We're going to get something done. And hopefully it can be into the Flutterman. We have D-Gleam. I think we could... it's going to be close to whether we can pick up the opposing Flutterman. Plus, it could always just Icy Wind us, and then we're just sad. I mean, we'd still be faster than Ogerpon, assuredly. Probably. Assuredly. I'm gonna lock in assuredly. We're not that bulky. But it's not gonna feel good. Landorus switching out for Dragonite. Follow Me comes out. I'll have to see if a spread move here is strong enough. I didn't see what we locked into. I'll just... Oh, okay, it is Shadow Ball, and we are faster. Or we're speed tying. Thunder Wave comes out into our Flutterman, man. Maybe we don't have D-Gleam. Was I talking out my ass? Probably was. Realistic option. I think you should outrage. like I don't know if we can play honest and win this. Okay, we don't have D-Gleam. I was talking about my ass. Okay. I think you outrage and then you're faster than your Fluttermane, probably, right? Icy Wind misses the Flutter. That could be important. Hits D-Knight. But that's fine. Man, that's okay. If both had hit, would Flutter have been slower than Dragonite? Because if Flutter was slower than Dragonite, we could do some stuff with Outrage, and it'd be funny. But if not, then, well, no. It's para and -1. The math there gets wonky, and I don't really want to do it. I could do it. I don't really want to. So I'm just going to talk out my ass and say, man, if that Icy Wind had hit, maybe we could have clicked Outrage and it would have been funny. Yeah. That's going to wrap up the game, probably. I don't really see a way back into it. And, you know, that was a good set. I liked how that went. I think a lot of the tech options from Locke ended up being valuable. And there was a surprising amount of versatility from the 1+1 defense you got on Ogerpon with the coaching. So yeah, I think you're pretty happy about that as Locke. Not much you would change. For Allison, I would maybe... I don't know. I guess the only thing I'd ask is to try and... I don't know. It was a tough turn 1, which led to a tough turn 2. I think you played pretty well despite it. And your opponent made a good adaptation. I guess at that point you just gotta know when you're on the back foot and know when you have to make a read, because obviously with hindsight we can see that just playing out the turn with the leads we had didn't really work out, even if we get a couple turns right. And so I would recommend just knowing, hey, if Landorus, think a turn ahead and say, hey, Landorus sticking around here, even if my turn goes perfectly for me, probably not going to be great the next turn. Maybe I should try and find a way out of it. It's a lot easier to say in hindsight, so I can't really give super solid advice, but that's the best I could do, is just try and think to your end game. And don't and click Outrage if your Fluttermane would have been slower there, because it would have been hype, because then you could kill with Shadow Ball. Would have been hype. Okay. I gotta decide. I think I'll do the next game, but my parents want to go to Domo, and Domo's really good. Domo's really good, David. It's a tough call. All right, we'll be back. What? You scared me. You can't just do that. No text, no text. Am I blind? No, you scared me. You jump scared me. That's not fair. Tinglu, gouging fire, D9. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. All right. And then who is this? Who is this? Something elf? Tie eye. Man, there's not a lot of pixels for me to work with here. And REG is somehow decipherable. And then the name is covered up by the logo. All right, making moves here. Tie. Okay. No. I'm here. I'll be here for this game. So I gotta make it count. Enrique's here, so it'll be a good game. But yeah, I'm gonna grab lunch after this because Domo's really good. It's really good. You know, if you're gonna low play Enrique, I think Tinglu's a great way to do it with, the main offense he's got being just Ensign, Amoonguss shenanigans, and then Blood Moon. So I can see this working out. Big thinking. It's Ensign Amoonguss. Anything can happen. The outcomes are pretty predictable, but anything can happen. Idiot Terra Fairy. What? See you right now. Some people. Can you believe this? What's the item on gouging that would be scared of a knockoff? I mean, that's the only thing. Oh, okay. Earthquake. All right. That makes more sense. I mean, pretty cool here. I don't know if I've seen an Earthquake Tinglu. Yeah, just Earthquake. That's pretty interesting. I love the word interesting. You know it. You know it. I think you're decently happy about that. Any chip into Ensign is permanent. Amoonguss obviously has Regenerator, but it really looks like the only offense Enrique has brought is Blood Moon. And if that's the case, then we could pretty easily kick ass. I like Heat Crash. No matter what Amoonguss goes into, you're pretty happy about it. Ensign, of course, is the worst option, which, you know, it is Ensign because we're playing Enrique. He's gonna take that devilish option. But, you know, if Blood Moon could come in, if Amoonguss had stayed there, you're not too mad. Hyper Voice comes out, not even going for the Trick Room. I kind of respect that. You understand that you're not really threatened by gouging, and Tinglu's at -2, I think. There's neutral, and then parting shot, and then intimidated. I think it's -2, and that's just not doing anything. I mean, well, it did something. I like our options in the back, but I do not like them if we're in Trick Room, of course. And Tinglu is not impervious here. Makes more sense why Enrique immediately went for the knockoff onto the Tinglu, because, yeah, if that thing could just sit around in leftovers, you'd be a lot happier, but no. Running shot into Dragonite. Yeah, man, you'd think that with Earthquake you could have a little more offensive pressure into Ensign, but man, that guy is just an ass. He is really belligerent, isn't he? Doesn't help that we have 4 offensive attackers, but I mean, we weren't able to bring in Urshifu, who would be the nicest pick. Yeah, we're really just kind of up against a wall, and we got to get a couple turns right, otherwise we're not going to be able to break it. Oh, there's the Rage Pet, alright, so Enrique's deciding I have time to go offensive for a little bit here. Heat Crash coming out at -1, should be. Yeah. I think Tinglu is slower than Blood Moon, but it's only going to be at -1, maybe maybe at neutral at best. But it's just gonna be the Spore, no switches into Incineroar. I guess realizing the Hyper Voice is just enough. This is pretty cool. Yeah, and that picks up Gouging. Don't even get the Howl, so you're stuck at potentially -1 when Incineroar comes back, and then you're just not really going to be able to do anything in the face of anything, let alone Blood Moon. Incinemungus is strong. I might need to call up a judge. That's kind of shocking news. If there were a VGC stock market, I mean, I'd be all in on those two every month. That's the gold standard. I wonder what the logic behind Terra Steel was, because, I mean... Oh, okay, you wanted to go for Polymp? It kind of feels like you could have just clicked Hyper Voice. I don't really see the fear against a Spore. I guess Terra Steel lets you be a little more offensive, get rid of Tinglu this turn instead of next turn, let you have more turns of Trick Room, so I can understand it. And you're not really getting much value out of Terra on anything else, aside from Blood Moon, assuming it's in the back. But at this point, you've got them down to the last 2. You're not really scared about Blood Moon. Or you're not scared of having to use Blood Moon, is what I meant. And yeah, I really thought Tinglu would put in more work here, but he just kind of got neutered. The team sheets help or screen too small? They would help. I can still pivot to the team sheets. But I wouldn't sweat it too much. I'm just gonna... It'd be 2 more games at most. What sort of adaptation would I want? I would want to see a way to get rid of Incin immediately. I mean, Earthquake was looking promising. It's just we try to let our foot off the gas, and that kind of cost us. I think we're either going to have to get messy in sleep turns, or we're going to have a different lead, and I do not have team sheets, so I don't know the lead. Wow, I found a use for the team sheets immediately. I'm good at this. I'm kidding, you know, again, don't actually bother. In general, though, having the team sheets is yes, that does. Especially for best of 3. Best of 1, I can kind of flub it. I can biff it a little bit, and that's alright, but It's fine. I'll see the monitor right here. Oh, yeah. That's not what you want to see, is it? I mean, Chimba's not bad into Amoonguss. Just very bad into Ensign. Or not very bad, but like, there's always the option of the Flutter Pivot, and you don't want to be caught with your pants down. So, yeah, I guess in this case, I would just hope we can be a little bolder in the sleep turns, and that might give us a way out of this by just mashing Howl. Because they have to sleep Tinglu first. And they have to go for knockoff pretty much. So we're getting back to neutral. And yeah, there's that Flutter main pivot. So wise not to mix things up too much. Urshifu, I don't know the item yet. David's got me in just a second. Oh my god, that's so tiny. That's Mystic Water. Okay, never mind. We are a little scared because it's Mystic Water. I mean, even if we had gone for Tinglu again, we're not in the happiest spot because Fluttermane's a beast. We do, of course, do better in Ensign. Terra Grass on Arish. Okay. Noted. I don't know what that does for us immediately. Aside from let us not die. I mean, it's not really letting us not die more than anything else. I mean, it's immune to Spore. So, oh yeah, that's why we brought it. Okay, got it. We are getting around Rage Patter with that one. Really top tier commentary here. You can't hear it anywhere else. I'm really doing a number on these games. Terra Fairy immediately from the Flutter main. I like that, considering we really didn't get much value out of our Terra last game, and the only way we're scared of Urshifu is if it does anything in the Incineroar. So we're forcing a Terra Grass immediately, and that didn't happen, so now we just take Urshifu. And let's play that out, best case scenario there. We Terra Grass, we get rid of Incineroar completely just through the magic of friendship or whatever. Then we're stuck with a slow Urshifu in the face of the Flutter main. And we really don't, I mean, Flutter main just does enough damage. Yeah, if you're forced to burn the Terra Grass into the Urshifu, then it gets knocked out next turn, or you have to protect it and protect Mind Game, whatever. And then once Tinglu comes in, it's not able to Terra. So, Tai, saving the Terra from Tinglu, understanding, no, I need this Terra right here. Otherwise, I just lose. But you've given up your momentum in order to do this, and that just never feels good. If Enrique is able to switch out more Pokemon than you, it never feels good. Yep, Moonblast and the Tinglu force the Terra, but even then, you've done so much. That's ridiculous. That would have done like 90% to Tinglu if it didn't Terra. That's crazy. Where did that parting shot go? Was that into gouging? I think. I looked away. Immediate Terra Blast. That'll take out Flutter. Unless this was parting shot into Tinglu. Yeah, that'll take out Flutter. Tinglu still has clear. Oh, it's clear amulet. I thought that was leftovers. You have no idea how low resolution my stream is. I gotta put that. It's not shade towards David. It's just very funny for me trying to decrypt the hieroglyphs. No, it's fine. Don't bother. Whoa, that is 10,000 times. Oh, it's worse now. Why was it 10,000 times better for like 2 seconds? What the hell was that? Yeah, this is like 4K, cutting edge, $1 billion quality. And now it's gone. What? Why is it like that? It's so funny. Oh, okay. I can now see that it's clam. Yeah, maybe the team sheets would help. Oh, so Ting Lu was stronger than I thought by +1 that whole last game. Ting Lu sucks. That's funny. Is that just, yeah. Yeah, he's just dying. He's just dead. We have enough here. Let's. I'm gonna guess we're inner focus because otherwise I would not run 5 physical attackers like this. If we're inner focus, well, I'll find out right here. We are not. We are multi-scale. Oh, Dios mío. Okay, so we're doing nothing with gouging to counter out Insin, which lets them get a free hyper voice essentially. But now our speed's boosted. That doesn't do anything. We get the 5 hit. Oh. Do we? I don't know. Oh, yep, I think so. Right? Yeah. I thought that the initial one pause was because Citrus was confusing. Whatever. But it looks like Insin's in range of another 5 hit. And we might just have enough offense to win this. Crit fake out maybe matters? Maybe ends up probably not. Probably not. Well, knowing that heat crash doesn't pick up, could you have gone for 2 heat crashes into Frigoraph to guarantee that it doesn't get the turn to set up Trick Room right there? I guess then Enrique could just go for Trick Room the turn prior. But maybe that's a big blunder if not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird spot for sure, but those were well played games. I liked how Enrique played, of course. I mean, Enrique played like Enrique, and he does it well. What would I have done differently as Ty? Not get. But I liked the adaptation game too. I think the issue was Enrique brought Flutter, and that kind of messed up the adaptation, of course. But let's say we start with our game 2 lead in game 1. The issue is we want 2 Terras. We want the Terra Grass on Urshifu to be able to do something to Incineroar to stop the later game pivoting, but we also need Terra Poison in the case of Flutter. So Enrique realizing that was really smart, but I just don't see how we can do anything. Chen-Pao instead of Urshifu is my only thought, and you just accept that it's going down and you get some chip in an Incineroar, and that would be my best guess. I don't know. That's a tough game to play, and Enrique's a tough player to play it against, so I think you're pretty happy about that as Ty. I don't think you're too mad. That was fun. I'm gonna jet. Enjoy the rest of the games. You've got plenty. Don't leave. Enjoy. Bye-bye.
Hello, can I be heard? Alright, just checking in. Can anybody hear me in the chat? I'm just making sure I'm not speaking into the void on accident. I'll get started. Okay, I can hear myself. That's good. That's good. All right. So, currently, game one between Joe and Eve. As we saw early, that turn one, there was a pretty massive one-hit KO that went into the Amoongus from the terrestrialized Roaring Moon. This is Peter's version of the Roaring Moon team originally, so it is fun to see a little bit of, I guess, the team bouncing around in the local circles. I always think that's kind of cool. Right now, Joe is definitely in a slightly better position. Eve doing some repositioning to get Ogerpon into the field. And we're going to see a Protect from Joe again. I think this is another Ice Spinner coming out into the Roaring Moon spot. But no, it's going to be a Breaking Swipe. That's actually an insanely risky move into specifically the King Gambit, but this is going to come out amazing because it only goes into that Champao. We're going to see the Ice Spinner now come out. It's going to go into the, let me switch some stuff around. It's going to go into that Roaring Moon, and yeah, because of the Breaking Swipe, it's actually going to survive. So, yeah, there's a pretty interesting point where Joe's in a pretty interesting position. Either Sucker Punch can knock out. However, if the Ogerpon chooses to follow me, then there is basically nothing. Yeah, it's going to be a Sucker Punch in that Roaring Moon slot. There's going to be no follow me coming out. And from the looks of it, this King Gambit is now also going to be able to attack in a way that is not. Well, it's going to be the Ivy Cudgel coming out first into that King Gambit slot. It's actually just going to be a knockout. So that turn is going to be a trade for a trade. And this isn't the worst spot for Eve to be in, because now you have a pretty safe Follow Me plus Dazzling Gleam, or I guess in this case a pretty safe Follow Me into Bleakwind Storm to mostly close out this game. This is a good position. So yeah, very good position for Eve. Joe. Any position is comebackable in Pokemon. There is no Focus Sash, but a full HP Ogerpon Wellspring most likely will not get broken through in one attack, especially when you might, depending on how like all the turns and all the baiting is going to work, you want to be really careful with how you target. think it's best to see how this turn just breaks down. It's going to be the Spiky Shield from the Ogre Pawn. So that Spiky Shield will come out, block any attacks. It's time to see, yeah, this Champ Out is actually going to go for Sucker Punch into that Ogre Pawn slot. Instead, it's just going to be a Talon getting set up to get speed control for most likely the rest of the battle. Yeah, and a Horde Leech is also going to go into that slot, so now Joe's Ogre Pawn Wellspring is going to take a little bit of chip damage. And at this point, yeah, full HP Ogre Pawn Wellspring on Joe's side as well, no longer. And now you are very scared of this Tornadus now, like the only way you can guarantee damage by going first is that Sucker Punch, and now this Tornadus, and most likely both this Tornadus and Ogre Pawn Wellspring are going to just be able to outspeed you. It's not even a most likely, I think their raw speed stat without any investment should allow it to outspeed max invested Chimpao. So I think ultimately Joe's first prerogative is attempting to stall out these Tailwind turns and trying to knock out that Tornadus next turn. But it's going to be really difficult, and Fluttermane in the back does not make that any easier. No, it's just going to be a follow me from the Ogre Pawn. We're going to see simply just the Ogre Pawn protect its... yes, this Tornadus is going to Bleak Wind. It is going to collide into the protect of the Ogre Pawn, but it will connect with this Chimpao. It will knock it down to 6 HP. And yeah, it will be an Ice Spinner. Keep in mind that this Chimpao is still -1 from that Breaking Swipe. And Ogre Pawn won't even be taken out in half. This is most likely now going to be game, as especially if at least one more attack connects into this Chimpao. I don't think Ogre Pawn alone is going to do it, even with this Terrassalization, due to the fact that now Horde Leech from the other Ogre Pawn is not going to be super effective into that slot. But all we have to see is how does Eve handle this turn. It's going to be a Sucker Punch into that Ogre Pawn. It will take it down about the same amount as last turn, but it's going to be now an Icy Wind, guaranteeing speed control for Eve for the rest of this battle, no matter if Tailwind goes down or not. And that's most likely going to be game 1 going to Eve, especially if it's a Horn Leech coming out. It will be, and that's going to be, it's not even, we don't have to talk about the HP regeneration. That's just going to be a straight critical hit, one hit knockout, just getting us out of this battle a little bit sooner than we need, a little bit sooner. So that will be game 1. I was trying to see how Joe will adapt to this game 2 game plan. We did not see the the one big scary thing sometimes for Gouging Fire. Notably, the 2 Pokemon that we didn't see, the Gouging Fire and the Dragonite, are weak to that Glimora. However, that Glim did not come to game 1. Yeah, a lot of this. Yeah, this could be. How could both sides adapt? I do think we could see this Dragonite possibly come in, like this Gouging Fire as an adaptation. That's one thing I'm thinking, because ultimately Joe wasn't able to handle a lot of like the pressure that the Roaring Moon put on. Looks like, yeah, we're going to see it in the back, and then Eve, if Eve catches on to this, we could see a Glimora coming in the back, or maybe even in the front. You never really know. Either side of the team. This is going to be just this is going to be a really important turn for them. Let's see. So, Eve is going to stay the course. We're going to see a Roaring Moon Fluttermane lead that we saw last game. However, this time Joe will adapt and now lead with the Ogre Pawn Wellspring in the front, with and alongside this King Gambit. And from the looks of it, Joe is not interested in pretty much allowing what happened the previous game to go down, with just immediately losing such a valuable piece right off the bat for almost no gain. Breaking Swipe's such a weird move, because you can argue why it's so valuable in this position, with just being able to lower that Ogerpon's attack, but Defiant King Gambit is always going to make clicking that move a bit weird. We're going to see the Terra Fairy immediately come out for the... the Terra will come out on the other foot this time, on the Flutter Mane. And we're going to see both Terras committed turn 1. Joe is now going to terrestrialize that Ogerpon Wellspring, something that didn't happen until very late the previous match, but most likely to avoid any sort of crazy acrobatic shenanigans. However, the Terra is coming from the... It's going to be a Sucker Punch into that Flutter Mane. Terra will mean it won't even take half, and it's going to be a knockoff into that King Gambit, not getting rid of its black glasses. And then now I'm going to see what this Flutter Mane goes for. It's just going to be the Dazzling Gleam, getting a lot of chip into both Pokemon. Ooh, chip might be a strong word for what happened to that King Gambit, but it's going to be a Horn Leech, and now that Ogerpon's going to go down turn 1. And, I mean, not that Ogerpon, that Flutter Mane's going to go down turn 1, and that Ogerpon's going to get a bit of HP back. But that Roaring Moon, not that Roaring Moon, I'm sorry, I'm messing all this up right now. The King Gambit did take a lot of damage going into that turn. It's time to see, did you make any big adaptations in the back this time? The back 2 Pokemon? We are going to see very shortly. It is going to once again be that Ogerpon in the back, and given what we saw last time, Joe's Ogerpon Wellspring with a little bit of chip, which it coincidentally still has around the same amount this time, does not like taking a Horn Leech from this total. And the even scarier part is that moves are a lot less. I guess you could be a lot more like foolhardy into that King Gambit, because a Breaking Swipe Ivy Cudgel double up means you could very likely spread damage around that you don't want to. Joe doesn't want to deal with, because you can still get a -1 on the other Pokemon and still lose King Gambit before you get to take advantage of that Defiant. Here comes that Gouging Fire. It's going to come in, it's going to get that Photosynthesis speed boost right off the bat. It would have been funny if I was wrong, but... No, but it's just going to be the Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon. It's time to see what this Roaring Moon goes for. It's going to be... King Gambit's going to use Sucker Punch, but it's going to miss that Ogerpon slot. It's going to be another knockoff into King Gambit. So now this is the really scary point where Breaking Swipe is now a very non-committal move. No, that's not entirely true. This Gouging Fire has Burning Bulwark, not Protect. So the one risk with it is that you ultimately hit it into the Burning Bulwark, and you get burnt. I think at this point, compared to the previous battle, Roaring Moon is going to be a bit more supportive, especially with how you can just now commit. That's going to be a critical hit from the Sucker Punch, but it's going to be the Breaking Swipe coming out from the Roaring Moon. It will knock out that King Gambit, won't even proc Defiant, and deal about 40% to that. Deal about 40% to the Gouging Fire. The Breaking Swipe will be returned, however, into both the Ogerpon and the Roaring Moon. Another crit from the Ogerpon. It just took 2 crits this turn. That's pretty impressive, especially given that that second one does not get the Breaking Swipe debuff benefit. And finally, it will be that Ivy Cudgel, which actually will not crit this time. And now this is where the battle gets really interesting, as due to the fizz spam nature of the team, Chien-Pao and Ogerpon Wellspring also do not want to take Breaking Swipes. And Roaring Moon, there's nothing really stopping Roaring Moon from sitting around on the field and just continuously dishing them out. It'll always get them out first. So it's kind of basically like a damaging Intimidate. It feels like at the start of every single turn if Eve is just keeps clicking it at some points. The big question is more so this Ogerpon. That Flutter Mane going down is really rough because you have a lot less tools into the rest, like a lot less damaging tools into the rest of the team. That's just the reality with one less Pokemon. But yeah, Breaking Swipe is amazing in this position, especially with not being threatened with a terrestrialization from the Gouging Fire that would allow it to no longer be weak to it. But the Gouging Fire will go for the Burning Bulwark this turn, so if there is a Breaking Swipe coming out, it will get burnt. So the Ogerpon will also play defensive this turn. We're gonna see the Breaking Swipe come out. It's gonna hit into that gouging fire. Ooh, the burn actually. Ooh, I actually didn't think about this mechanic. The burn comes into effect before the swipe actually goes off. So Chien-Pao will take less damage, but it will be a -1. Ice Spinner will come out, knock out that Roaring Moon this time. It will not be able to have that much of an impact on the battle. We will now see the Tornadus come out. This is now a very good spot for this gouging fire. This Tornadus is kind of now suddenly the only backline this team has. Yeah, Joe getting rid of that Flutter Mane turn 1 is proving is just bringing a lot of benefits to the team now. And even though this Chien-Pao is -1, that really doesn't matter into this Ogerpon Wellspring. We saw those Sucker Punches and Ice Mirrors do around 40% the previous match. And this time Chien-Pao does have the speed control and Spiky Shield was just used. It's going to be the Tailwind that comes out first though, so we're going to see where this Ogerpon will get it one more chance to move. It's going to be the Ivy Cudgel into that gouging fire. It will knock out. However, this will most likely this will spell the end of game 2 that Chien-Pao will use Ice Spinner into Ogerpon, and in the back is a terrestrialized Ogerpon Wellspring for Joe that will immediately get a +1 special defense. Is not weak to anything this Tornadus has, and by the time Tornadus can most likely deal a little bit of chip, it's most likely going to go down. So we're going to be going to a game 3. Just putting a little question out there to make sure I'm not too loud. We're going to see this Tornadus get taken down a little bit, and this Ivy Cudgel will finish the job. So we're going to be going to a game 3. I think the one question I asked was, is this what will the adaptation be from Joe? We've seen the adaptation now. It's a no more bye-bye Amoonguss, hello gouging fire. Okay, I'm not controlling my voice, so I won't be too loud on accident. That's good. Yeah, so I think this is going to be one of those this is an important game 3. The one thing I know from Eve is now Joe is ready to bring those Glamora weak teams. It looks like Joe is making an adaptation as well, once again, a bit more Amoonguss, but you don't know that for certain. It's never certain until it's all locked in. On the other hand, it's pretty interesting because King Gambit arguably hasn't done much the first 2 games. It's just kind of been a piece that's gotten very little damage off, but ultimately that damage we saw in game 2 was kind of the turning point because it got rid of that Flutter Mane very fast, getting rid of a very powerful sweeper for Eve. I can only see what we're going to see this time the Ogerpon alongside the Flutter Mane, this time with the Amoonguss returning to the field. This time Amoonguss likes this lead a lot more. Yeah, this is just a much better lead for Amoonguss to have, because now you're essentially pressuring an immediate follow me from Ogerpon, or else you could see your Flutter Mane get spored and put it out of commission for basically the rest of the battle, as you can no longer, because it's really frail. It's going to be hard to burn through, especially if you get 3 wake-up turns. But we will see that immediate terrestrialization come out. It will be a follow me. And of course, if the follow me could always bring a Sludge Bomb, we will see an immediate turn 1 Moonblast it's going to go into that King Gambit. It's going to do almost a one-hit knockout. Lower that special defense, so it's going to proc Defiant. It's now +2, and now the Kowtow Food comes out. Oh, this could have just gotten really bad for Eve on complete accident. And sometimes in Pokemon, it's going to be the Sludge Bomb that comes out, so it's going to do half of that Flutter Mane as well. Oh, that was... We saw what could have been a very good turn 1 for Eve go very sour very fast. And now there's a lot less resources to one-shot the Amoonguss. That was a chaotic turn 1 right there. And it's going to be a pretty free Sucker Punch into that Flutter Mane. It will knock it out because of the +2 due to Defiant. This has become a really rough position really fast. And normally we cheer for a Moonblast. Players cheer for their Moonblast special defense, special attack drops, but on the King Gambit we might have to make some exceptions. The Amoonguss will get taken down to about 25% HP, will restore it with its Citrus Berry, and now a Spore goes into the Roaring Moon. So this is now a very bad position for Eve. This King Gambit, it's going to be the Incineroar in the back. So that means King Gambit, because of Defiant, will ultimately get another +1, so now it's 3 stages of attack. And this has become a very messy turn very fast. The one thing though is that Incineroar might be a little bit faster, and with King Gambit that might not be something you want to test. No, it's going to be an immediate battle cancel, though that was a chaotically fast Game 3, and it ultimately will go in the favor of Joe. So congrats to Joe for a 3-2 hopeful top cut, and for Eve, we'll hopefully get a run back in the challenge that's going to happen. Alright everybody, how's it going today? I'm just back. I don't know when we're gonna get started. Alright, we are almost back to get started with the top 8. We are going to have Locke versus Rich as our top 8 match. Check in some quick tournament results. Both of them... Rich came second in the cup yesterday. And Locke actually missed cut by on res, coming in 5th overall. However, I know Locke has a previous cup win during Reg F, specifically against me, which is awesome. And I don't remember off the top of my head if Rich has any Reg F wins, but I know pretty strong memory that Reg H was a very strong regulation for Rich. For our other matches, this will be our 2-7 seed match. For our other matches, for 1 versus 8, it's Peter and Anders. For the 4 and 5 match, it is going to be Enrique versus Ryan, and for 3 and 6, it is going to be Cody versus Joe. As they compete for the crown. And with that, we're going to get started with this match. So, Rich is running an adapted version of not Raging Bolt, Iron Bundle. I don't know why I said Bolt. So, this team consists of some Pokemon that you really do not end up seeing on these sorts of teams that Rich has created previously. We see the King Gambit, we see the Arcanine. On the other hand, we have Locke's team. He's been using this team a bit recently, but notably a kind of offshooted version now of the Galarian. Usually this team has Galarian Moltres on it, so it has flinching through the Galarian Moltres Fiery Wrath, Arcanine, Rock Slide, alongside being able to take advantage of coaching and having some other sweepers outside of that, like the Flutter, like basically all the special sweepers. So we're going to get into this game 1 now. So with this, we will see Locke lead the Fluttermane plus. We will see a dual Arcanine lead, Locke pairing it with Fluttermane, Rich pairing it with Iron Bundle. So this will be an interesting lead because first off, you have to deal with the booster energy boosts between both Pokemon. Both of them most likely going to speed. I haven't seen them yet, so both Intimidates will go off. We'll see Rich's go first actually, so Rich's Arcanine might be a little bit faster. After this, we will see Iron Bundle activate its booster energy first, which will raise its speed. So there is a chance that we are seeing a faster, that this Iron Bundle is going to be faster. Iron Bundle, I believe notably, is one stat point above that vaunted 135 that Fluttermane and Chimpao both sit in. And I believe Corral and Miraidon, which turns out we might have to remember coming up next month. So it's going to be interesting to see how Rich tackles this problem. And presumptively, having the faster Icy one will be a massive advantage here, but on the other hand, Iron Bundle will also, that Fluttermane is not weak to the Rock Slide, while the Fluttermane is. So we'll see no Terras come out. Icy one coming out from Rich. We'll drop the speed of both the Flutter and the Arcanine. However, we'll see the Thunder Wave go into Rich's Arcanine next, meaning that Locke is now at the speed, most likely at the speed advantage for the Rock Slide, and we're going to see that come out. So that will deal over half to both Arcanine and Iron Bundle. And this time, the Arcanine, oh my, it survives. The Fluttermane will survive a -1 Choice Band Flare Blitz from the Arcanine, putting Locke in a really good position after this turn 1. Of course, Rich can go for another Icy Wind and most likely match the speeds of the two Arcanines, or the same speed drops. But it's going to, we will have to see because, of course, without Rock Slide locked in, this Arcanine kind of has free reign to just wreak havoc on battle. is going to play conservative, get that front main back. Booster energy is basically burned at this point, so no reason to keep it around, and we will see that Ogre Pawn Wellspring come out. Likewise, Rich will be redrawing his Arcanine, and we'll be replacing it actually with King Gambit, which will be able to resist these incoming Rock Slides, and it will be another Icy Wind coming into that Arcanine Ogre Pawn duo. It will be a crit on the Arcanine, you don't notice that. You didn't notice that, I obviously didn't. But we will see another Rock Slide come out. It will knock out that Iron Bundle and do a little bit of chip to that King Gambit, around 10% HP. And now Rich will have the ability to bring in a new Pokemon. It will once again be that Arcanine, which due to that speed drop on the Arcanine, it will most likely not outspeed the opposing one. But it now comes with the problem of mostly not outspeeding the Ogre Pawn. Rich seemingly identifying that as well, looking to possibly make the switch out into the Rillaboom. But now, of course, we have a Assault Vest King Gambit chilling on the field that most likely wouldn't mind getting rid of this Arcanine or whatever switches into that spot. So we will see this Arcanine ultimately come back. And we're going to see this Rillaboom come out. It will set the grassy terrain. It puts Fake Out pressure on the field. And Locke identifying the same thing, that Arcanine also going out. So resetting all of its speed and Intimidate drops. It's going to just be that low HP Flutter Mane. And the Ogre Pawn will just immediately go for the Ivy Cudgel into that Rillaboom. It will deal a little bit of chip, and that Kowtow Cleave will take out this Flutter Mane. Critical hit mattered, of course. So we're going to see that Flutter Mane go back, and now it's time to see what Rich can do, because a lot of this does come down to this final Pokemon. If it's that Sneasler, that's really rough for the rest of this game, because you have to get rid of now a Focus Sash Sneasler on top of everything. But no, he's going to take the risk, actually switch that Arcanine back out. Clear Amulet Rillaboom will not have an attack decrease, but King Gambit will actually get that Defiant boost. This is a very pivotal. This could be a very pivotal turn here, depending on what piece of the field gets removed. If Locke is able to get rid of that King Gambit, that most likely paves the way for the rest of the battle. Likewise, if Rich can somehow get rid of that Ogre Pawn Wellspring, then there's suddenly nothing stopping this Arcanine from taking a +1 Sucker Punch. Locke playing kind of conservatively to not reveal what's in the back. We're going to see the Fake Out go into the Arcanine. And the Ogre Pawn will follow me. However, I do not think we're going to be seeing it with that Fake Out. I don't think we're going to be seeing a Sucker Punch this turn. The Arcanine will flinch, and it will be the Kowtow Cleave from the King Gambit going into that Ogre Pawn. It will not knock out, however. However, now this once again puts into position a really interesting position for actually Rich now. You can, in theory, Grassy Glide that slot, the Ogre Pawn Wellspring, which means, and because Rillaboom's Grassy Glide will go presumptively before the King Gambit, if it knocks out that Ogre Pawn, even if the Ogre Pawn clicks Follow Me, the Sucker Punch will then be rerouted back into the Arcanine, and if the Arcanine doesn't click Extreme Speed, it will go first. And I didn't see Rich put in his moves, he might have identified that as well. This could be a massive turn in possibly cleaning up this battle in favor of Rich, who looked to have a really bad turn 1 with that double Rock Slide. We're going to see the Terra come out. It's actually going to go into the Rillaboom. It's going to be the Terra Ground. It's not that common of a Terra, but I can say it as somebody who's used it personally. It's great at removing. It's a more weird Terra, but given extra damage, it will be an extreme speed into that Rillaboom slot though, which means the Grassy Glide will go in, will knock out that Ogre Pawn as I mentioned. However, the ensuing Sucker Punch is going to fail. An ensuing Sucker Punch, there it is, it will fail. But this does now also provide a new problem. This Arcanine is now choice locked into that extreme speed, which as a result, this King Gambit is not that afraid of. But it will be that Sneasler in the back. This could be a pivotal I mean, every turn can be a pivotal turn in Pokemon, but this Sneasler now, essentially, with that Terra committed, there's now basically nothing stopping a Sneasler close combat into that King Gambit slot from basically just knocking out straight away, and there's nothing it can switch into. The Arcanine can get Intimidate on the field it's switched into, but after that, it's just going to get removed. Of course, nothing can protect here, so at the same time, if the Rillaboom is doubled by the Sneasler instead of the King Gambit, then there's a new problem where there is truly then at that point becomes nothing that can get rid of the Arcanine. However, we will see that Rillaboom go out. It will most of you to reset focus the Fake Out. And Intimidate will go into both the Arcanine and the Sneasler. However, I'm not certain. Yes, Locke will now also commit his Terrestrialization. It will be into that Arcanine as well. It's going to be that Terra Grass, most likely to resist any incoming Grassy Glides or a possible high horsepower. However, this turn is just, it's going to be the Extreme Speed into the Arcanine. It won't take it out, and if this is a close combat, Locke is instead the one who cleans up this game 1 in his favor. And it will be the immediate close combat that King Gambit, even after the Intimidate, will not be able to survive the turn. And that'll most likely, as a result, be game 1. The one thing left, in theory, is this Rillaboom's Fake Out, maybe buying a turn and having your thing be intimidated. But to be quite frank, there most likely just isn't a way past this for Rich, and I think he'll identify that as well. It's just a Choice Band, Focus Sash Sneasler, Choice Band Arcanine, just gonna make it really difficult. This means Locke will take game 1 of top 8. Alright, so now I can talk about some possible Game 2 adaptations. So the Arcanine plus Iron Bundle we're gonna see Rich basically just deviate off that strategy completely. We're gonna see looking like a lock-in for the Farigiraf. Yeah, it's going to be a complete switch up for this game. No Arcanine, no bundle. It's going to be the Giraffe. It's going to be a Giraffe and a Dream, it seems like, for this match. Alright, let's see these leads. Locke is going to run things back with that Arcanine Flutter Mane. However, this time we are going to see that Farigiraf come out. And this leads once again to just a very simple turn 1. There's nothing stopping Locke going from Icy Wind and presumptively some combination of Rock Slide and Flare Blow. Some combination of, what am I saying here? One of Arcanine's Choice Band attacks. At the same time, though, this isn't as safe as a previous turn. You are still very much at threat for an Ivy Cudgel to come in and knock you out if you don't Terra. And also, if you aren't careful, then you just also give up the Trick Room. So it's a very risky turn 1 for both sides. Rich is pretty clearly looking to get this Trick Room up and to take out everything in the back as a result. And Locke is very likely looking to prevent that from happening at all costs. The big problem, though, is ultimately Rock Slide. Rock Slide is going to be the big deciding factor here if it gets clicked, because if it goes in that Farigiraf and flinches it, it could very likely remove any chance Rich has its speed control, especially given the fact that the Terrestrialization has now been committed. And we're going to see it go into, we're going to see the Terra Grass into that Arcanine, which also removes some stuff from the back in theory, but we're going to see the Follow Me come out from Ogerpon, meaning that 2 really powerful attacks can't, most of them, most people want to be doubling up. It's going to be the Thunder Wave into the. There's a chance that Lock doesn't have Icy Wind, and I'm just completely hallucinating it. I haven't seen the team sheets personally, but we're going to see the Rock Slide come out. Here's the big question. Crit into Ogerpon, will it flinch for a draft? It will not, and Trick Room will go up. With Rich now having definitively the 2 slower Pokemon. So now that we're in Trick Room, Rich does have some room to play around. Especially with that Rock Slide committed as well. This means that the Rock Slide that was so scary turn 1 can basically be turned into a play toy for specifically this King Gambit turn 2. And here it comes. And Ogerpon's just going to go for Horn Leech into that Fluttermane. A little bit of chip due to the Intimidate and most likely a very bulky investment. And Ogerpon will get a bit of HP back. We're going to see another Rock Slide come out. Will not knock out the Ogerpon this time, but King Gambit will hit the field. And here comes a Moonblast into that King Gambit. It will not drop the... As you can see, it did not drop the defense stat of this... Not the defense stat, the special attack stat of this King Gambit, which would have proc Defiant and added an extra 2 stages of attack to this King Gambit. And as we saw last game, that can be devastating. The new problem with this position is now Rich has some very easy knockouts, specifically into that Fluttermane slot, especially if it doesn't have Protect. And it's very tough to get that Arcanine back out. Sorry about that. To switch Arcanine out and back in, because you will have to proc that Ivy, not the Intimidate. It will just be a crit into that Fluttermane though, and this Arcanine will not switch out, meaning it's going to fire off another Rock Slide. However, the Ogerpon might do its job. It got rid of the Fluttermane, and it will be a Kowtow Cleave into that Arcanine, dealing half HP. It's going to be another Rock Slide. It's going to miss a Pokemon. It's going to actually miss that Ogerpon. That might not be the worst thing for Lock in the world, because that you also ultimately have a paralyzed 10 HP Ogerpon, but it's going to be that Sneasel, and it's going to be that Sneasler that comes out next. Very valuable Pokemon in the previous game due to its ability to just simply remove the King Gambit from the field. Not so much this time. For Giraffe in the back means that you have to now deal with a Pokemon that has a quad effective move into you. That means if your Sash is ever broken, you can just ultimately say goodbye if it is. And at the same time, Rich most likely won't mind too much getting rid of this Ogerpon or letting it get one last attack off. But if you want to go with the... Yeah, there's a lot to consider for this battle right now. But yeah, Ogerpon won't move because it's paralyzed, so there will be no redirection for it. The King Gambit's going to go for the Kowtow Cleave into that Arcanine. It will survive actually, and it's going to be a Rock Slide into both slots, which means that the paralyzation might actually matter a bit less than it seemed, because the Arcanine would always end up knocking out that Ogerpon first, but that will mean the King Gambit goes down at the same time. That could be a massive swing for Lock right there, if used correctly. As now both Pokemon in the back must come out at the same time. Now, pretty interesting, this Arcanine's in a very similar problem to the last game. A very similar kind of problem where it was recently, where this Rillaboom Grassy Glide will always be able to knock it out. Which means that Rich can ultimately deprioritize it, most likely, at least for this turn, as Hyper Voice can very likely also get the knockout for it, and Rich might want to put that focus into the Sneasler slot. Lock identifying the same thing, going to switch that Sneasler out. What's it going to be replaced with? It's going to be the Landorus. And we will see that Hyper Voice go into the Arcanine slot. It will knock it out. Rich did not click Grassy Glide or Fake Out. Could this be the Wood Hammer coming in to seal the landing blow into that Arcanine? We will see. It's going to Friggraff will get its nice little +1 to special attack, but this Rillaboom will use Wood Hammer into that slot. It will knock out the Landorus, and that's going to leave Sneasler as Lock's only Pokemon left. However, that Trick Room is over, so Sneasler will now be the fastest thing on the field. And it will come back out. No defense drops this time, but now the new problem is ultimately you have to now beat 2 Pokemon presumptively before you take 2 hits. And that can be a very tall task to ask for in Pokemon. Kind of just waiting to see how this turn breaks down. Rich still also having Terrestrialization on the field is a really important resource, and we're going to see him commit it. I saw it was into that Rillaboom slot, meaning that it can't take any super effective poison type damage. In fact, I believe with ground it's a resistance. It's going to be a resistance. But yeah, Rillaboom will immediately commit Grassy Glide into that Sneasler. Will actually do almost half. It was a critical hit though, and Sneasler will close combat the Farigiraf. It will survive though, and meaning Farigiraf will be able to attack, and it will end game 2. The Poison Touch. The Poison Touch coming in a tad too late. Then Psyshock will come out, and we'll take out that Sneasler, and we'll be going to a game 3 for top 8. So now we will be going into our final streamed game of top 8. It's going to be so now the ball is in Locke's court. We actually saw a small adaptation with that Landorus over, I believe, the Ogerpon Wellspring. Ultimately did nothing but end up getting knocked out and knocked out in the back. However, this does leave the question of what could that Landorus have done, and could possibly Raging Bolt fill that slot. Most likely not. It's a bit weird. Psyshock makes it a bit tougher for Raging Bolt to operate in general, because even with all these special defense boosts that Raging Bolt likes to stack, will mostly be ignored, especially by a +1 special attack for Farigiraf, which won't be fun to deal with. Landorus is, yeah, I think ultimately Locke's lead the previous game of Arcanine Fluttermane has been like the most consistent. It looks like Rich might be going back to his game 1 lead. But yeah, there's a lot to... We're going to see, yeah. The question is, what's going to be that 4th slot? King Gambit's in a weird place where it's looked like it could be super useful and then kind of just got dispatched, but it's going to be coming back. It's looking like a repeat of Rich's game 1 lineup. And it's time to see what Locke brings in comparison, because it looks like there's a lot more hate brought into that King Gambit. For game 2, it's going to be once again the Flutter Arcanine lead into the Iron Bundle Arcanine lead. So once again, we're mostly going to see the exact same speed interactions we saw the previous, maybe game 1, which is presumptively Rich's Arcanine and Iron Bundle both being faster. But it will come with the unique problem. So the main thing that went wrong for Rich game 1 was the committal of Flare Blitz over Rock Slide. Rock Slide would have most likely just done a hefty amount of chip to the Arcanine. Yeah, we're going to see once again Rich's Arcanine proc Intimidate first, and Rich's Iron Bundle uses Booster Energy first. Meaning that once again he most likely has the more definitive turn 1 speed control, but Paralysis from the Fluttermane could always make that a bit more rough. But we will see what happens for this turn 1. The bundle will once again use Icy Wind into both slots, and it will once again drop the speed of both the Fluttermane and the Arcanine. But it's time to see what goes next. It will once again be a Thunder Wave into that Arcanine slot. Now the question is, what will happen to that Arcanine? Because there's a chance for a Paraflinch. So yep, there is a chance for paralysis. There's the chance for flinch. That's a lot of damage coming out. Arcanine will attack, and this time it will use Rock Slide, and once again also do a hefty amount of chip to both Pokemon. And now this is an interesting spot because there is always a chance that this Arcanine could live a Thunder Wave. But from the looks of it, Rich is trying to get out ahead and keep that Iron Bundle preserved at the back. Yeah, Lock will go to save that Arcanine, keep it safe in the back, and we're going to see the Raging Bolt come out now. Raging Bolt did not come to game 1 or 2, and same for Rich's Arcanine actually, which will switch out in place of this King Gambit. Iron Bundle will protect safely through the turn, but it's time to see what this Fluttermane will do. It will be a Moonblast, but it's going to be into that Iron Bundle slot, meaning it will not knock out, but now this Raging Bolt puts pressure on the field. Very interesting turn 3 of turn 2 ended up being more of a repositioning turn. But this this Raging Bolt doesn't mind the position on the field. From the looks of it, Iron Bundle will protect the second time. It's not going to block anything, but very likely the Thunder Wave, it's going to miss the King Gambit. And very interestingly, the Raging Bolt will not fall for the protect. It will just use Thunderbolt into that slot, knocking out the Iron Bundle that Rich mostly tried to protect from a possible incoming Thunderclap. But with no paralysis, the King Gambit Kowtow Cleave will come out and knock out the Fluttermane, meaning both trainers have now taken their first knockout of the match. Both being that pretty pivotal Arcanine support. Rich will switch in Rillaboom, meanwhile Locke will actually switch in that Sneasler. And once again, Rich has not committed Terastallization this match, and can very likely delay it for one more turn. But now the problem is simply this Raging Bolt. You have to. This Raging Bolt is very difficult to remove. Most likely having to commit a possibly Terra Ground high horsepower. But the question is, will Rich actually delay the turn? It does not seem to it does not seem like that will be the case. So we will see this Arcanine come out, get an Intimidate into both Pokemon, only really affecting that Sneasler. But now we will see this, what the Sneasler will go for. We will see the Terastallization from Rich now. No Terastallization being committed from Locke's end yet. It's going to be the Sneasler Fake Out into that Rillaboom slot. That's actually a major turn now, because this means there will be no, and it's going to be a Draco Meteor. Rillaboom will survive. Oh my, Rillaboom will survive. However, Raging Bolt now at -1, but that's a massive swing for a turn that I do not think Rich saw coming. Just the Fake Out into that Rillaboom preventing any damage. The Sneasler being completely safe. Compared to game 1, where Locke took a very easy knockout into that, ultimately into that Arcanine, when it was a King Gambit, and was able to just simply reduce the pressure of that Rillaboom. Game 2, it's gone completely differently. And with how slow that Arcanine is, you cannot switch it out into King Gambit that easily, where Locke could have switch priority to get that Intimidate off, most likely into the Rillaboom. And this is a massive, that was a massive turn right there. Rich will switch the Rillaboom out, back into that King Gambit, most likely attempting to divert the idea of a... It will just be the close combat of that slot though. King Gambit will go down, and being paralyzed, there's a very real chance that this Raging Bolt will be faster and able to, and very, there's a chance that it could pick up the knockout on this Which One Draco Meteor. It took a second to do stuff, but then it hit, and that will knock out the Arcanine as well. And now this Raging Bolt is honestly quite safe to switch out and reset those boosts, get the Arcanine in, get the Intimidate. That's very likely going to be game 3 for Lock. That was it. Those were just an excellently played, just 2 turns of battle. Rich seeing the writing on the wall and will forfeit the match, and our stream top 8 match will go to Block. In just an excellent 2 turns that just removed a lot of agency from what Rich could do. We'll be back with you for top 4. All right, and we are back for top four. We have Anders versus Enrique, a tale maybe not as old as time, but a tale that's been around for a little while. Anders playing a very interesting team with Ursaluna Blood Moon, a Pokemon that is pretty heavily vanished post Reg F, despite the fact that it has had Regulation F success before. Enrique, much in the same boat, also running a team with Ursaluna. These teams have a decent number of identical pieces. They both have Ferojiraf, they both have an Ogerpon. They both have Flutter Mane, and then after that, that's where the pieces kind of change. Anders has much more of a fast mode alongside a Trick Room mode with that Tornadus, while Enrique is almost all in on this Trick Room mode with the team that includes Incineroar. Going into these leads, we will see both of them lead Farigiraf. However, Anders will be leading the Flutter Mane, while Enrique will be leading the Incineroar. Now the simple question is, do either of these players want to set up Trick Room? Does one call the other's bluff, or does the existence of the other kind of scare the one player out of setting it? We're seeing Andrew's trying to make this decision real quick, looking like it could be an aggressive turn. It looks like it might be a rather trying to figure out, clicking through the menus a lot. Looking like, yeah, it's going to be an attempt to see if there is a one-shot opportunity on this Incineroar, possibly without committing terrestrialization. And we will see Enrique immediately terrestrialize one of the two selects. It will be that Farigiraf. It will be into the Terra Steel to resist any sort of incoming fairy type attacks. However, and alongside being able to resist normal action, however, we will see this Helping Hand go into that Flutter Mane, and we know that that Moonblast, it's about to have a pretty big hit into this Incineroar. It will survive, however. The special attack drop will not matter. It will get a chance to eat its Citrus Berry, restoring about 25% of its HP. And this is, depending on what happens, the Farigiraf will just use Psychic into that slot, mostly going just for the one-shot. No, it will be a parting shot from the Incineroar, taking this Flutter down to -1, but it will still remain on the field, unlike it would have if it was hit by, let's say, a Flare Blast. Or even a knockoff. Enrique will send out that Ursaluna, but notably, both of these Ursalunas are Assault Vest. So instead of dealing a lot of damage to Life Orb, maybe Terra Normal, they will instead be looking to more so take damage. This Sweater still sits in a nice position on the field with Choice Specs, but you most likely want to get it off soon before it gets knocked out, or maybe Anders doesn't think there is that much use to the Flutter Mane anymore. It's done its job of getting like a lot of damage on the field. I don't believe that is entirely the case of the latter. There's a lot Flutter Mane can do, but we will just see the Moonblast come out into that Ursaluna, do a little under half. Farigiraf will actually go for the Psychic into Anders' Farigiraf, which will not be taking that much damage, while Anders will go for the Imprison, shutting Enrique out of a lot of the more offensive options. But it most likely won't be staying in. No, it will be. That Farigiraf will survive the turn. However, there is a new problem now where this Farigiraf is faster and I believe has a Psychic, which Anders does not, meaning that it can just click a supportive just Strong Blast. Strong Blast is Psychic that will knock out. We will see the instant come back in. This is a Helping Hand boosted Moonblast coming in, so it might be a little bit overkill. But yes, we will see the Helping Hand come out. Once again, there will be another Moonblast coming out. The opposing Farigiraf will actually protect, meaning that Anders gets a pretty free knockout into this Incineroar. It will just go down this turn, with Enrique making actually no progress, mostly predicting some sort of switch. This Enrique now brings out his own Fluttermane, which has a pretty new threat on hand. Being able to most likely deal with both that Farigiraf and Fluttermane possibly in the same attack. So it ultimately comes down to speed. This could be a very important speed interaction to figure out early. Especially given that, as a result, Anders might not be able to get shut out of Tripping for the rest of the match. But it looks like he will be gambling on it being a bit faster. We will see the Helping Hand come out. There's the Helping Hand. What slot will it hit? The Fluttermane will go first. It will knock out the Farigiraf. It actually will not knock out the Fluttermane with that Dazzling Gleam. The Imprison Lock is over, but now we will see the Moonblast come out actually into that Farigiraf. It's actually going to get the special attack drop, meaning it can't get offset by a future Hyper Voice. A Hyper Voice will only offset it instead of giving it a +1. Removing a lot of damage potential from that Farigiraf, and now Anders gets to go into his back two. Notably, having yet to commit to Terastallization, we will see that Ogerpon come out. Looks to be very content to hit anything with an Ivy Cudgel and that Ursaluna Blood Moon, which both very heavily threaten the three remaining Pokemon left on the field. The one thing Anders can't do yet is click actually a pretty unique option, which is click Vacuum Wave, which can deal super effective damage into that Farigiraf, especially if it's low HP, because of Armor Tail, meaning there isn't no priority move that Anders, in theory, can use. Anders cannot use a Vacuum Wave until that Farigiraf has been removed from the field. However, this Ogerpon is ultimately the faster of the two. Wouldn't be faster than that Farigiraf, I mean. And we'll see Anders commit the Terastallization into the Ogerpon, mostly to just guarantee any knockouts, especially if something switches into that Fluttermane slot. So we will see the Embody aspect get activated. And the Farigiraf will protect, mostly to stay safe throughout the turn. Fluttermane mostly going for Dazzling Gleam to pick up as much chip as possible. However, it will be the Ivy Cudgel that ultimately comes out into that Fluttermane slot and going to knock it out. One hit KO. Fluttermane's off the field. Enrique and Anders are now both only 2 Pokemon each. Ursaluna's Earth Power will be blocked by Protect, but now comes the really unique spot of this Assault Vest that Anders has, meaning Enrique basically must get through a +1 boost from this Ursaluna before being able to, while trying to deal with any special damage. This is made even worse by this Ogerpon, most likely just having the ability to immediately knock out this Ursaluna, meaning that game 1 most likely goes to Anders. But I have to say most likely because it's definitely not guaranteed, especially with a super effective, okay, battle will be cancelled in favor of Anders. He will take game 1. So game 1, Anders got a lot out of that Fluttermane, most likely a bit more than expected, being able to pick up heavy damage into the, specifically Incineroar, dealing half to the Ursaluna Blood Moon. There was a lot of damage being spread around that game 1 by this Fluttermane, just being able to click Moonblast in the slots and just never really getting removed. Notably, we also did see that Enrique at least has the faster Fluttermane. least they're at least speed tied, most likely faster given how much specs Flutter sets can deviate from each other. And neither of them ultimately went for that Trick Room strategy, which I think ultimately helped Anders a lot more in the end, because of just simply having the combination of that Ogre Pawn and Flutter Mane, outspeeding basically everything, almost everything Enrique brought to battle. Enrique was mostly a bit scared off due to the existence of that Imprison, meaning that if you click in Trick Room when Anders clicks Imprison, you basically just wasted a turn when you could have done, in theory, anything else with your Farigarath. And outside of that, I don't believe they only share Hyper Voice as a move because they both have Throat Spray. But ultimately, we will have to see how Enrique adapts to this that game 1. This time it will be a combination of Incineroar Flutter Mane into Anders' Incineroar Flutter Mane and Farigarath. Now this is where what we saw last match will become really important, because in theory we could see a Shadow Ball deal a hefty amount of damage to this Flutter Mane, most likely even a one-hit knockout if Anders doesn't commit to Terastallization. Last game it was spent pretty offensively, and it's time to see if the same will go for this turn. But if Enrique does commit to Shadow Ball, it most likely too has a 2-hit KO, but it will there will be some the fact that it will not get that one shot and mostly have a lot of chip go into the instant and flutter could be massive for an endgame. So we're gonna see that Terra go into the Flutter Mane. This is a high potential damage turn. The Farigarath will go for the Helping Hand, meaning that it's going to be a Helping Hand boosted, Terra boosted Dazzling Gleam. It's going to be the Shadow Ball from the Flutter Mane. It will deal not enough to knock out, which is mostly behind the Terastallization. The Dazzling Gleam will come out. It will one-shot the Flutter Mane and bring their instant down to red, allowing it to eat its Citrus Berry. But that Flutter Mane being gone could be decisive if Anders doesn't go down this turn. And it won't. That knockoff will go into the Farigarath. And now Anders, in theory, has free reign to just rip through Enrique's team with another Helping Hand boosted Dazzling Gleam, especially with no -1. Here comes Enrique's Farigarath. It very likely could Terastallize, but there's just a new problem now, which is that Anders has Imprison. Do you want to click Trick Room? It might not go that well. So this also combines with the instant very likely not needing a Helping Hand to get knocked out, and Anders possibly seeing the incoming Terra Steel play doesn't seem to be committing a Helping Hand this turn. For Enrique to get back into this very likely requires a lot of offense into that Flutter Mane slot specifically. But this also means you have to understand that there's just the very difficult position that Flutter can and most likely will just keep going on the offensive this turn, and that if you commit to the wrong move, stuff just doesn't operate. There goes another Dazzling Gleam. The instant will now be knocked out, and the Farigarath will be chipped. And Anders will click the Imprison. We saw this Farigarath go, Enrique's go faster before, and Trick Room will be blocked. There is no Trick Room coming for Enrique this turn, as this Ursaluna Blood Moon will now come in. And here's the problem with priority. With the presumptive vacuum on Enrique, this means that Anders just gets to click another Helping Hand Dazzling Gleam, and very likely not knock out that Farigarath, but maybe not even knock out either Pokemon, but rip through them offensively to the point to where they just have to take a lot of damage that they mostly do not want to have inflicted. So here comes that Dazzling Gleam one more time. It will bring both Pokemon down to the red. That Ursaline is now in the red. The Persiaraf will put the Psychic into the Flutter Mane, knock it out, and this we'll most likely see this Farigiraf also go down. But Andrew still has 2 Pokemon in the back that, given what we saw the previous game, are most likely a bit faster. It will actually be a Blood Moon from the Ursaluna. Maybe a bit of an overcommitment there. You might want to have that Blood Moon ready to go next turn. But at the same time, you might also just double-click Hyper Voice anyways to try to get through Anders' backline, which will consist of, once again, this Ogerpon and Ursaluna Blood Moon. And at this point, both of these Pokemon threaten very easy one-hit KOs into what's remaining on Enrique's side. Very similar position to the previous endgame, just with even this time more damage on the board for Anders, less damage on the board for Enrique, and that will be Game 2 decided once again to Anders, and he will move on to the finals. Stay tuned. We'll be right back for finals. Welcome back, everybody. We have, once again, another matchup that is not as old as time, but we get pretty close, of Anders versus Joe. Now, Joe has been very successful with this team, going 9-3 just recently at Seattle with this team. There might be a slight variation that I don't remember off the top of my head, because the brain might not be working. Anders is playing well, the same team he did last round, a very trick room oriented team. We might see the elements of that come a bit more into effect this game, but very notably, the first thing I see is that when it comes to setting up trick room, there's one very notable piece of trouble, which is the fact that Joe has a lot of avenues to shut down trick room. Very specifically, that King Gambit just makes life seemingly a nightmare for a draft in general. And now there also just happens to be, it could also just be slower in trick room anyways. The Ursa Luna also is going to make it a bit weird. The Amoongus also makes trick room a bit weird. There's a lot of weird stuff. What can I say? That's Pokemon for you. So we will see Joe lead with this Gouging Fire Dragonite lead. Meanwhile, Anders will immediately start with the Fur Giraffe and Ursa Luna. I just want to call it that. And we will see, so this Dragonite is choice banned, so which means their Dragon type damage is a bit weird, can be a bit all over the place. And we're going to see, actually, Anders be running it with the same 4 we saw him use in the top 4 match. Joe did not bring Dragonite to, I believe, during round 5, we did not see Joe bring Dragonite at all, though. So this could be a very interesting turn 1, especially if it's a very offensive one. This Gouging Fire will immediately use Howl to raise both it and its fellow Dragonite's offenses. And it will just immediately rip the Outrage into that Giraffe slot, will just one-shot knock, will just be a one-hit KO. And that is a massive turn 1 for Joe, just getting that immediate knockout, plus one of the both Pokemon. Dragonite won't even take half HP. But now comes the very interesting part, which is what's going to be in the back. Or what is the counter. Because Fluttermane cannot be touched by a Dragonite Outrage. The problem is that the AI, I think that Pokemon's targeting system for Outrage is smart enough to also realize that, so it will auto go into the Ursa Luna Blood Moon. So it looks like Anders is going to be taking we're going to be seeing Ogerpon hit the field, and it very likely could just be a very, I'm stumbling over my words right now. I'm getting excited. Oh, Outrage. I've been corrected. Outrage can target Flutter. It just won't do any damage. Okay. Not that smart. So we will see this Fluttermane come in. Ogerpon will use the Spiky Shield just to block any damage, so we will not see this Dragonite do anything this turn. The Breaking Swipe will also actually go into the Ogerpon. And it will not affect the Fluttermane due to being a Dragon-type move, and Dragonite Outrage. Given everything I said, maybe it's smart to not go into the Flutter this turn, even though it didn't start on the field. So it will also go, and both Pokemon will take Chip from Spiky Shield. We're not really doing anything to the Fluttermane. Now, the big fear is that Gouging Fire can most likely get a quick knockout onto this Fluttermane that is faster. But, of course, Ogerpon's Follow Me is always kind of just the tool to counter that. You can keep that Heat Crash from going into Fluttermane, and now Fluttermane has the opportunity to deal just a lot of damage. And unlike the previous game, Joe doesn't really have, well, unlike the previous game, Joe does still have one more resource in the back to try and possibly knock out that Fluttermane individually, which within that Chien-Pao. And depending on how fast everything is spec, possibly that Ogerpon will spring. I personally doubt it though. But we will see the Terrestrialization for the first time. Looks like a very defensively oriented like truly defensively oriented, like terrestrialization, just to resist that heat crash and prevent it from doing a lot of damage, meaning it will now do less than half. And now Flare Maid will get the Dazzling Gleam off, will go before the Dragonite and pick up a double knockout this turn, putting Anders in a pretty solid position for this endgame. Took a little bit of manipulating and working around it to get there, but we now have Flutter Mane plus Follow Me on the field. And this King Gambit, and in the back, it's going to be King Gambit and Ogre Pawn, which isn't actually the most fun thing to take. Doesn't really enjoy taking Flare Mane attacks. We saw how much damage they were doing in Joe's match against Eve, but those were more so just Moonblasts. This time we actually are going to be dealing with with the even more threatening Choice Specs damage. Although this turn is Dazzling Gleam, which is significantly less base power than the aforementioned Moonblast. However, Ogre Pawn is what kind of makes it all rough, because if you aren't careful, it's just not going to be a very comfortable match for it. We will see once again another commit of the Dazzling Gleam. Joe will be using Terrestrialization this turn. And to what slot we will see, it's going to be that Ogre Pawn Wellspring, meaning it will now resist that Ivy Cudgel, but now will be also weak to the Horn Leech. However, a +1 special defense will go a long way in resisting. The Ogre Pawn is the fastest thing on the field. It will immediately get that Ivy Cudgel off and knock out that Ogre Pawn. That is something I don't think anybody expected going into this turn. Which means Anders' Ogre Pawn goes down, and now suddenly it's going to be a 2 versus 1 for this endgame. Dazzling Gleam will go out, deal half to this King Gambit, but a Kowtow Cleave will knock out this Flutter Mane. And now it's suddenly, it went from a 3v2 to a 1v2 to Anders, for Anders very quickly and very suddenly. Now the one tool Anders does have is Vacuum Wave. However, it's going to be really difficult to just simply take a combination of an Ivy Cudgel plus a, there's the Sucker Punch. Here comes most likely the Ivy Cudgel, and this will most likely end the game in favor of Joe game 1, coming out of seemingly nowhere. And that will be game 1 of a very explosive game 1, filled with to the brim with double knockouts each turn. Will end up ending in favor of Joe. That was a very fast-paced, very intense match. While we wait, I do want to mention we saw 2 turns of one side having 2 Pokemon knocked out 2 turns in a row. Kind of like the 2 MAC teams that just made the NCAA March Madness tournament. So good things are happening today. We're seeing exciting things happen that have never happened before. Completely defensive terrestrializations. Normally you see that for Ogre Pawn or Wellspring, but usually I feel like when you see Ogre Pawn, their terrestrializations are almost always offensive. So I think seeing that like defensive Terra from Anders was a really interesting play. But going forward, I also wonder if that's something that you don't have to commit next turn. Now that you know you can most likely survive a +1 Heat Crash. Given that did under half resisted, I think you can most likely survive it naturally. That's more food for thought on my end, and I don't know if we're going to see that scenario come up every single game. Speed control might also be more important for Anders than we previously thought, given how fast a lot of Joe's team was. I think it makes sense that we expected the Gouging Fire and the Chien-Pao to be fast. But I think the main scary thing that happened was actually how fast that Ogre Pawn Wellspring was. And we're going to see a completely different switch up from Joe. We're going to see the King Gambit Amoonguss lead, while Anders will lead Urshifu Single Strike and Ursaluna. So this is once again a very another very interesting lead situation. Amoonguss does not have the focus, a Rocky Helmet item, and which is important because Urshifu does have Focus Sash. So the Anders does kind of threaten a decent amount of like just a good amount of the field, and at the end of the day, Ursaluna can then just also click a Blood Moon or a Hyper Voice and deal a lot of chip to that Amoonguss regardless. So this could be a very interesting turn one. Of course, the King Gambit also makes things a little bit scary because if you want to close combat it, you heavily risk it getting redirected. There will be no redirection from Joe. That deals just enough damage to activate the Wiki Berry, not the Wiki Berry, the Citrus Berry. It's been a long day, and that will be enough to prevent this Amoonguss from getting knocked out. The King Gambit Kowtow Cleave will go into the Ursaluna, deal a little under half, but more importantly, that Urshifu will be spored and put out a commission for the next 1 to 3 turns. This means that Anders will have to burn a sleep turn on Urshifu this turn, but this is where it gets a bit weird because Urshifu does have a Focus Sash, and the question is how much does Anders want to play around with that Sash's existence? More importantly, there is also the problem of this Ursaluna Blood Moon also as a fighting type move in Vacuum Wave, and while it most likely does not knock out the King Gambit, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, that is it. I'm sorry. Citrus Berry and Rocky Helmet look kind of the same, even though I just saw it get activated. And yeah, we will see the Amoonguss go for Rage Powder, mostly to protect the King Gambit from any sort of Vacuum Wave, which we will see here now. It will knock out the Amoonguss. But we mostly also do not see a knockout from this King Gambit this turn. Urshifu will take its first turn of sleep, but every turn of sleep it takes now, it's going to be another Kowtow Cleave into that Ursaluna. And now here comes the really unique problem. Sucker Punch most likely goes first and will knock out. Well, we don't fully know the speed interaction between the two, so there's a chance that Sucker Punch could go first. Vacuum Wave could go first into the King Gambit, but now this Urshifu has taken 1 turn of sleep and has not had to deal with the consequence of having its Focus Sash broken, which I think is puts it in a very unique position where it could just begin to just start attacking again if it wakes up from sleep this turn. And that Gouging Fire still most likely will be faster and break its Sash this turn, either with a Heat Crash or a Breaking Swipe to lower its attack for anything from close combat. We will see Joe commit his first Paralyzation, I believe, of the set? No, not of the set. There was the Ogerpon. But we will see the Terra Dart come out for this King Gambit now, mostly to reduce any damage that comes in from a close combat, once it is doing more damage. The Vacuum Wave will go in, we'll do about a third, and we'll now see the Breaking Swipe come out into both Pokemon. That Urshifu will have the attack dropped, that Ursaluna will just drop down, knocked out. And the Urshifu will take a second turn of sleep now, meaning that we're going to see a, I believe, quad-resisted Kowtow Cleave. But from King Gambit, yeah, that was still pretty underwhelming damage, all things considered. And now Ogerpon will come out to fill that Ursaluna's spot, but now it gets even a bit more dire because there's no defensive backout that Joe has for anything this Urshifu could do in theory. And it's not the most, with redirection on the field, this means that you have to commit to Breaking Swipe to do damage to this Urshifu. Of course, the nice part of Breaking Swipe is that you'll also reduce the damage of that possible close combat. But the problem is that close combat attack drops will not affect Wicked Blow. So if Anders decides to commit a Wicked Blow into that Gouging Fire, there's nothing that really can slow it down. King Gambit will Sucker Punch. It looks to be a failed option into that Ogerpon Hearth Flame, and Breaking Swipe will also go into that slot, dealing a bit of chip to that Gouging Fire, but it will be a second stack into that Urshifu. Will it stay asleep for another turn? It will wake up, and that will be a Wicked Blow into that Gouging Fire, dealing about half of its remaining HP, putting it at about a third total. Now at this point, this Urshifu might also now have enough attack drops, especially with one more Breaking Swipe, to very likely be out of close combat range for this King Gambit. There's always a possibility that's the case. The real question is, and at the same time, you can't Sucker Punch the Gouging Fire because you're also -2, and there's a chance it could survive. So it's time to basically answer the question, is this going to be a turn of big offense, or is this going to be a turn... Is this going to be a turn of big offense from Anders that could swing him back into this game? Or is Joe possibly going to extend his lead a little bit more by just being able to deal just more damage, get more breaking swipe trip, get more attack drops, and ultimately, will we see this King Gambit? We will not see a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. Both Pokemon will have their attack drop this time. Urshifu now down to -3, but the Wicked Blow does not get affected by that. Will knock out the Gouging Fire. And the question is now, what will this, how much damage can this Ogerpon Hearthflame do? Can it possibly knock out this King Gambit? Here's the big moment of truth. It will not knock out. King Gambit will barely survive and get the Kowtow Cleave into, the Urshifu slot. It won't knock it out this turn. But now Ogerpon gets to sit on the field with Follow Me active, and depending on what's in the back, this could be a massive opportunity for this Flutter Mane specifically, but it will be the Ogerpon actually. And once again, this battle was turned possibly on a dime, with no terrestrialization for the Ogerpon. The question is, how much damage does Specs Dazzling Wing do? Or even more importantly, is Joe going to fall for it? There's, in theory, nothing stopping Joe from clicking clicking a quick Protect this turn on that King Gambit, and just there's a lot at play here. There's a lot at play that I'm trying to think through. So the most kind of level 0 thing for Anders is basically Follow Me plus Dazzling Gleam and hope that, which I think for Joe you see that and say, hey, maybe I Protect this turn instead of Sucker Punching the Flutter Mane. And then after that, there's always the case of Anders also seeing that, possibly protecting that Ogerpon Wellspring, which looks to be that's going to be the option for this turn. That we will see the. However, Joe will take, after taking a couple steps forward, says, let's take a step back and we'll get that Sucker Punch and one-shot the Flutter Mane, most likely ending the game in favor of Joe, as there's now nothing that can stop another Sucker Punch. And it's going to be another Sucker Punch from the King Gambit. Will this, if it must, doesn't matter if it knocks out given its speed interactions, Ogerpon will survive, but the opposing Ogerpon will Ivy Cudgel, and Joe will win the Advantage Games Quarter 3 Cup in a pretty explosive game 2, and an explosive final set in general. That was a very exciting game. Yeah, just to end, basically ending off that game 2, Anders, Joe just saw Anders going up a couple levels on the elevator and just said, hey, ground floor is kind of nice. We don't need to do anything too crazy. And ultimately, given the one shot on that Flutter, that ultimately seemed to be the play that won Joe to the game. So congrats to Joe for winning, Anders for coming in second, which is definitely no easy task. And to all the players who showed up, notably, good luck to all of our players still in, I believe, the doubleheader challenge. And I'm not sure how that's going, but that was a very exciting cup tournament, and ultimately in a couple of amazing endgame games by Joe. Basically coming down, having to win 2 games at round, basically back on the wall for presumptively multiple games, starting the run at round 5, I believe coming into this top 8 as the 6th seed, and having to knock out a couple of a lot of very strong players coming off of good performances. Ultimately, well done all around. Also, thanks to Ray for taking the first half of the commentary. I'm Lance, and it's been good doing this with you guys, and I hope everybody here has an excellent rest of their day. I'll be dropping off myself. Thank you.